hello everybody. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Hey y'all, how's it going? Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you guys all had a great week and the last couple days. I thought about doing our variety stream maybe yesterday. Very tired though. Too late on things. And also looking like half an hour longer than it should have. Okay, because this cat right here, this one right here, this Momo, being a little troublemaker, like trying to start some shit, and I'm just like, Momo, I am trying to set up the stream right now. He's just like, no, it is time, bask in my glory, and I'm like, child, please. And now we got a finale happening, going on possibly today. And like time and place, you gotta give me a few minutes to set things up so that we can shower you with all of our love and attention, right, Momo? All of it. Alrighty. Anyway, welcome on back, y'all. It is Saturday, it is Ace Attorney Day, and we are on Case 5 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures 2. And we may possibly be getting into the finale today, or at least that is the goal, to finish the game today. That's what I hope. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping we can accomplish something today. I planned for it to be longer, which is why I tried to start sooner, so that's the goal. That's what we're trying to accomplish. Alrighty then. Checking my sound levels, making sure we're good. Pump you up a little bit. Oh, skosh. I think that's okay. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. We should be good. Alright. Get in on my side too. Make sure we're all good on all fronts. Okay, let's dive back in. Alright, so I guess we're doing some investigating. Of what? I don't know. I thought we were back in the courtroom, though. The unexpected halt to proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. Oh, yeah, that's right, because, we had to get Judge Jigoku back. He was trying to flee the country. Reasons, sometimes, you know? I know, Momo. I know. Very serious. Momo says, do not try to flee the country, y'all. You think you might be into some shit, don't flee the country! Even if you know it wasn't your fault, don't do it. You still gotta help, like, you know, make sure other people aren't impacted by whatever you did. Oh, can you just, like, calm down? Like, no, I cannot. You ask too much of me. Well, your tail's in the way of the mouse. Thank you. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m., Sholmes' suite. We have there's a nice dinner going on back there. Look at that spread. A turkey dinner. We have returned, my dear fellows! Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So, this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Oh, well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. Okay, but I have some questions. You still need to answer us some questions on that, Sholmes, because you identified him as a corpse even though he wasn't dead. So what was all that about? When all this started, almost a year ago now, Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out which way I need to angle myself to not block things. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Hey, K-Biddy, how's it going? Welcome on in. How are you? Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already? I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. Oh, didn't he ask us to send a letter to our home country? Sting? You're doing great, glad to hear. I'm doing well also. We're just gearing up for our Ace Attorney Saturday here, and hopefully we're gonna finish the game today. I have a feeling it's gonna be long, but we're settling in. We're getting ready to do a long one today. And we have a cat here who tried to delay things because cats be like that. He needs all the attention in the world, and he's like, no, I must be the star of the stream. All right, settle down, Momo. Good boy. Good boy. I know, Momo. Look up. Good boy. Put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. He looks like he's used to it, though.
Oh, you've had a reply already?
What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper's ready, everyone.
They have quite the spread here again. Like, I'm looking at that, I'm like, that looks like a great meal. One that we could have had 2 days ago, in fact. Hold up. Adjustment. There we go. And what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I love Iris's nicknames for everybody. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Oh, right. We need to talk about that. We got some stuff to talk about.
Oh!
Iris, do you mean?
Yeah, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
Smart girl. What? Oh, Momo, come back! I miss you! The stream misses you! He'll be back. go. Oh, shit. No, do not progress. I was trying to scroll down in OBS to turn that off for a second until the cat comes back. All right. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Oh! Okay. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. Pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite all right.
And why don't I get any apologetic, Pheasant?
You lied, Herlock. So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Who do we think it could be? All right, who do we got? Whoop, that's not the right thing. Court record. Who are our people? Who could be Iris's dad? That'd be weird, right? They both have green eyes, but that'd be... I don't know. Maybe it's not even someone we've been introduced to yet. Who knows? So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. Fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
So is she giving Mikotoba the entire damn pheasant? Because that's a big pheasant. That's a lot for one person. We could share, right? This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Sholmes, you got a lot to answer for! Oh my god, he's just curled up on the couch. Alright, anything for us to look at first? I wish I knew which of the notice boards I was missing, because I think I'm missing one. Alright, I think we have everything for right now. Oh, I have to examine Herlock to talk to him. Got it, okay. Hey, buddy! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Damn, he wants to keep it all to himself. Okay, okay.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer? Mr. Sholmes? Can I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love for game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one, honestly. You needn't to look at me in that fashion. What fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Thank Thank you! You can finally give me some answers here? Alright, let's talk about the telegram first. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? This? I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Alright, Kazuma Asogi, Asa Sheen, Tobias Gregson, and John Wilson. What? Those 4 names, which now we know what all of them are. But what do they mean? We've come across that exact same list before. Hey, 21 Snakes, how's it going? How you doing today? They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. Ooh, right, yeah, on the record. Well, sort of record. The music disc thing. Doing good? Glad to hear. We're just getting started here, so you haven't missed too much. You have an idea now how much longer the case is? Okay. Do you think it's gonna be more or less than 5 hours? Exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. We never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Oh, no idea. Oh, you have no idea. Okay. Sorry, I read that as you now have an idea. Got it. It's okay. We're just gonna give it our best shot and go as long as we can. I started early for that very specific reason. I want to try to finish it.
Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect a fine communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Why did you sign it as me? I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
And in my name? Wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, a list of names was found in Seishido's office, as Sholmes predicted. What did Judge Jigoku get himself into? Weird, my light is like freaking up somehow. I keep brightening it and then it keeps lowering itself. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was
sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
That doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
Well, these people are all dead now. Well, except Cosma. He was temporarily dead and then revived, and now they may try to kill him again. I don't know. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Okay. Telegram from Inspector Hosonaga in Japan with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Jigoku's office. What if he's the true mastermind? That's fucked up. If he was the true mastermind behind everything, the first judge in our very first case is our true villain. Well, okay, he is Judge Hell. I guess with a name like Hell, that would check out. Alright, Cosmo's death. The tragedy we had to go through on the SS Birdia. It was all for nothing! Cosmo wasn't dead at all! We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. What's the deal, man? I took no pleasure in deceiving you. Well, you seem to have a lot of fun arresting us, though. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. Why? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mrs. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. You checked and there's 4 parts, but this one right now is very short, and the other 2 are about as long as they usually are. Okay. That's the case. They're usually about 2.5 to 3 hours each. Well, 2 to 3 hours. Kind of depends. So, yeah. Okay. I think we should be able to fit that all in today. Should be okay. So maybe, yeah. I think maybe we might be okay.
Oh my! You mean...
We're gonna need to take breaks, of course, but I think we can do it. The arrangement between our 2 countries was already in place. 1 university student lawyer and 1 judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Cosmo coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is 1 lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. Oh, nice. Good. In fairness, she didn't intentionally murder him. The cat got away and tripped him, and then he fell and was presumed dead. I seem to remember Mrs. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. What's up?
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Cosmo-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh!
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. Huh. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. I mean, clearly we gotta show you something. Evacuation drill notice from the 31st of October. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Something from a year ago. Omen from a year ago. Oh.
There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there?
This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out.
And do you remember, there was a red hairpiece at the scene too?
Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Nah, we know that wasn't the case, I'm pretty sure. And that's the handprint. Old photo. I'm not sure what I need to show him, but, you know, let's just start showing him stuff. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched. So... you obviously knew that that's where the list of names would be found.
Keiyosugi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact. When you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all... and I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe for Marilock Sholmes when he has the designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes. What a fabulous line.
Okay, but like how? Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan.
Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they are all somehow connected.
Alright, the 4 names, let's go.
As I said, when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Okay, hold on. But the thing with that, though, is that she wasn't killed until later. So... okay. So before I let him finish, what I'm thinking is the top 2 names are perhaps the assigned assassins for the government, and the bottom 2 are the targets? Yeah, he didn't know that, so that's why we're hypothesizing right now. So possibly, like, they sent Asa Shin to get rid of Wilson, and they were gonna send Cosma to get rid of Gregson. Maybe. That could be our wild theory for right now before he finishes and we get more info.
Ah! Kyosogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Wait! Does that mean you're the one who beamed him? Are you the one who made him knocked unconscious? Was that you? Did you do this? Set me up.
Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. We're just gonna talk about this in front of Iris.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Camera, please! Emotional moment here, come on! There we go. Poor Iris. Oh! Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad.
I'm just casually talking about how people got murdered in front of Iris, a 10-year-old child.
So sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No.
I guess it was more like,
No.
like that, more like that. Poor Iris. What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis, which is that Asashin was not dead at the time.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, we know that she was just ill-bred. Ah, yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume? Yes.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Topsy-turvy! Why does she even care? It was literally just some guy. Well, sort of, but like she did kind of get to... She had a presumed idea of that person, and she knew that he was, you know, someone that... It was still a past friend of Herlock, because they still, you know, he was a friend of Mikotoba, who was Herlock's partner, so like they definitely had like some kind of connection, so she could still be sad about that. Like, oh, that's too bad, one of your friends died. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Oh, am I right? Very much so. Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Sheen was dispatched from Bitten with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. A visiting student status being merely a front. Ah. There's also the sense of betrayal. Yunosuke and Susato didn't tell Iris that they knew the guy was dead. Yeah, they withheld information. Knowing that she thought Wilson was her father and we chose not to tell her. So it's like, that's kind of hurtful.
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashin. Oh, so sorry, the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration in this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... And of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma?
Oh!
He did say in court earlier today. Yes. On 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. And the Mark was Gregson, not Jigoku. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. How long has he been an assassin for?
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassination exchange. An assassination exchange? But hold on. What's the motivation to kill these 2, though? They must know something that Britain doesn't want getting out. Or someone doesn't want getting out. Probably something about the Professor case. It has to be. They know things. Or they did things. How could Cosmo possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Probably because of his dad. Everything that his dad owned went to Cosmo. I'm sure there was something in there. Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yeah. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive but by a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. Wait a minute, Sholmes. This telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins, as you're suggesting. It would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Ahsoka's target is actually Inspector Gregson. How messed up is it that the prosecutor is prosecuting a case about the victim that he killed? So he's like very clearly gonna like come up with anything he can, any reason he can to blame it on someone else. That's messed up. What? Cosmo was here for Gregson? So Judge Shigoku wasn't actually the mark?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
That explains why he went at Gregson with the sword and why it's chipped. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Sir Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, the young pickpocket in tow. Oh, with Gina, yeah. Yeah, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd been transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina... That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. Without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. Sadly, turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in.
Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
That would have been really cute, actually. I'm sorry, Iris. Oh, I think Susato would have still been real pissed at her dad, though. Like, what kind of shit did you get up to?
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Hey!
Excuse me? I'm right here!
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Right here.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's gonna be my big sister, You could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Great, so, like, now it's like a sibling thing where you're just gonna throw me for practice. Great, okay, cool. Huh? I mean, yeah, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. He's having a good time.
Right, I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Like, preparing what? What are you all up to?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So, the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I'd been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. All our friends. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. They're good people. They get up to some shit sometimes, but they're good people. That was a very short part. Yes, we shall save. And back to the trial. Alright, 4th of November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. The damn unicorn again! It's so weird! Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Going to bed. Have a good night, K-Biddy. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you have a great night. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with a resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention, and part of the title of the game. Oh, Van Zeeks, hold up. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting the judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. Did what? Today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Cosmo's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Cosmos standing before us?
Dude, he's apparently an assassin. I don't know shit anymore about him. An extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. Defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. Prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku to the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. Now there's another trial part after this, buddy. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth.
Baby slaps.
Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. Are you evil? I can't tell if you're evil, but you're the one who's been getting the secret assassination contract, so... Are you evil? Are you gonna, like, do, like, the really cool villain breakdown thing and, like, go nutso and, like, we're gonna see that you really are a judge from hell? Is that what's about to go down? That'd be nuts, right? I don't know, we'll see. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, Supreme Court Judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also plays a key role in the Sorry, hold up, 1 second. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Oh, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Answer the young murdering student turning up here of all places. Hey! Innocent! Rude! You acquitted me yourself! And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer, excuse you? Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across this courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. Hey! Can you do that? You could probably do that, but rude. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So, you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It's ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right! And you, Judge Jigoku, are the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku's involved in this case, the telegram that we may not have gotten by stealing into his office? Look, it's fine. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? Tokyo? From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Sheen are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Sheen, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Sheen and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? Cosmo doesn't seem to know that he was sent over to kill somebody, although he did end up probably killing somebody. Or at least attacking him, somehow. And you, Cosma, You lied!
During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah, shit. He's right. You deliberately avoided saying a name. Great. The defense claims these foreign names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. Sure, I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Silence only goes to prove his guilt. No, he's about to blow and say some shit. Come on.
It's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Groose.
Groose? I'm not sure. Still not sure. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Alright, what kind of bullshit story is he gonna give us now? It seems the Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events on the night of the 31st of October. You thought it was gross? I have no idea. Grouse? 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 Gross? I don't know. We'll say grouse. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. The assassin exchange. It's true that Cosmo Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly, I can't be involved. Okay, but we've established that, like, Cosmo was there to kill him, right? Like, that's what we're going with. We're just, like, not denying that anymore. Cosmo's an assassin. We're just all cool with that now. So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
He used such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Sogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama.
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
A crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right.
Shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks. Bullet exited exited the body from behind. Right. Nothing about a stab wound.
Gregson was killed after returning to London, in a room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric Van Zeeks. Prosecution's accusations remain unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassination exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness.
Alright, so we're all just gonna, assume that, for now, we're cool with there being, an assassination plot in exchange between two countries. We're just not gonna talk about that. It's not relevant for now. And accept it, I guess. Alright, so he was assigned 1 year ago now. Press everything.
A year ago? When Cosmo was still in Japan then?
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. Remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not! Thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So, you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Inspector Gregson, and it was a condition of the tour. Hold it!
Why Cosmo? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yeah, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
Of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asugi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asugi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? Find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Tachigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
I don't know yet. I don't know where we're going with this yet. Friends really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asugi. But something happened. He got amnesia, as we know. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student has been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin in that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asugi's replacement. Oops. Foiled an assassination plot. Became lawyer, foiled assassination. Good job, us. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah. My hands were completely tied.
So, Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen.
Months later, my memory returned. But I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life.
Sorry, that crime is what he meant.
I was prepared to do whatever I had in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. That case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Hold it!
Member of the crew is outside. I just got an idea. Hold on, before we read that. Something small we found in there. It was in Judge Jigoku's place. What are things that Oh. It's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here, look.
Suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time.
In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Which could mean that there's a small part of this watch still at the scene, maybe, which we now have. Hold up, let's make sure we read this. Glass side of the face is really badly cracked, look.
A shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept at things like this. Useful man to have around, in fact.
But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd man job.
That's gotta be the part on the watch. See these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
Crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually...
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
By monarch you mean a pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
How do I combine these two? Can I put these two things together? What do you think, Mrs. Sato?
Feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
You're about to see that little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too.
Perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information at once.
Small machine... Yeah, it's now clear that it's the missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch. And... Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Here's my theory. The crew didn't hear when the gunshot went off because he knew about the evacuation drill that was happening. Yeah, that same night on the 31st of October at 10 p.m. It was gonna take 20 minutes. And as long as he stuffed up the pipe to keep sound from going elsewhere. So there's no way they would have heard it since they were not there. They were all on the main deck. And he had clogged up that thing. Okay. I think we got our angle here. Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Grouse, something, I don't know. We'll never figure it out. Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
Suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Oh no, is this a game of like who can kill who first? That's weird.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. Then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes. Glared at me as I walked past.
See, that proves it. The crewman would have heard it, so he clearly can't be involved. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. Muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. Didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of a gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh!
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like the steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. Ugh, that's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable. Using Cosmo-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He's completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that it's a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo-sama's part.
Rose-colored glasses, this girl. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I'm pretty sure Jigoku needed to finish the job in his capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean?
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. You must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright, yep. Remember, crew's outside at all times. No, not at all times. During the drill, they were all on the main deck, so there's a solid 20 minutes where he was left unguarded. Alright. Not that one, this one. Alright, here we go. Objection! Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What? I
have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? From your trash, buddy. I didn't dig through it. Herlock did. He's a good man. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen on the SS Gross were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Shigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ah!
Objection!
I know the voice we're doing for Cosmo doesn't match his objection, but the voice for his objection, it's too much. It sounds like around the 14 streams that we do sometimes. Like there's a shady reporter that I voice the same way. I just can't do that to Cosmo. I can't. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless he has some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Did we only update that part? Yep, okay. So this was found in his cabin. Take that! Judge Shigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be! Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Shigoku's cabin tells us the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Shigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer? Hey, acquitted!
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. First, but rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. Why you gotta drive a truck through the tiny holes I made in my argument? What? And I believe Judge Shigoku feels the same way. Yeah, he's not breaking down yet. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. No, you weren't! We proved it! Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Rude? I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. Why didn't you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night? You'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon seoi throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. That's nothing to do with his murder. Inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon seoi? Ippon seoi? Common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. The tactician had to take it into his own hands. I don't know what else we can do for now, though. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Goku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, here we go. Hold it! Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector. 'Twas the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. How? Why? How is that convincing of anything? But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. You know what's really weird about this situation? Cosma being dragged there by one person who was dragging him along for an assassination order to go murder the other person who gave him an assassination order, which was to murder the first person dragging him along. This is a weird triangle. The irony of it is, I don't know. This is something else. What a weird situation. Okay. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever. Mustachioed Englishman is there. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. He used an Ippon Seoi throw, and then the inspector supposedly ran away. Even though the man had a gun, that was very brave. That was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. Burst in immediately without knocking. Inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't that many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw. Watch was broken then, he says. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. One sec, pouring more tea. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. Man, I don't think we found anything else in there. There's no way for us to go back and look at it again either. Is there anything else we can look at with the trunk that might give us a clue? Have a look inside. Passport. The blade. Tip of Karuma, so this is how it was broken. Cosmo's swordsmanship is second to none. I can't believe he'd misjudged it like that.
Clearly, he wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control of the power in his stroke. Too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps.
Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. And the blood. don't think we're gonna get anything else out of this, though. Man, what else can we do? I mean, this wasn't there. Because this was with, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. And we know it's Gregson's. Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine. Yeah. Everything's correct. Is there anything more to the watch that the watch can tell us? And this is where the little policeman figurine's key goes into the wind to watch. Winding it up every single day for 10 years without fail.
This was obviously a thing of great importance to the inspector.
Or a reminder of the past, lest he forget. What if we look at the key? Is there anything more to the key? Oh, and the charming, yeah, a little worse for the wear. Head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. It's been used every day to wind the thing. I don't think there's anything more to this. So this is the little key used to wind the inspector's pocket watch.
It was a mystery at first. Why should it be a policeman, I mean? But it's because it was a gift from Scotland Yard in recognition of Inspector Gregson's hard work.
If its head did fall over from overuse, it might seem a little inappropriate, don't you think?
That's the British sense of humor for you, I think.
Yeah, there's nothing else on here. Maybe something else the gun can tell us? Type of revolver, standard issue for members of the judiciary. Hold it for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh! But as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun.
Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
Okay. So this one doesn't have a serial number, so it was not issued within the last 5 years. Okay. That was actually an interesting tidbit of information. I don't know if we got that before. I don't know. Alright, Inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, he says. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Let's take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain? People die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How, exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... Thought... His big giant case, you could certainly fit a body in that case, as was proven, because he himself had climbed into it. All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. Oh, it's inspected. Okay, never mind. Literally just answered that right there. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. The murder had taken place aboard the ship. You would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh, that's killed that idea then.
But perhaps not.
Mrs. Sato?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny while the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yeah, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no strong objection. State your amended testimony now. No possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Hold it! There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time, passed through the same checks at the border. Symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? No, but you had a luggage that you were suspiciously keeping close to you and even had it with you in the photo, which is a little weird. Like, why would you not check in the luggage? But no! So, in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that.
Professor Hairpin's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, of course. The fence has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yeah, that's because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, you don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
The fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin,
the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. Yeah, like being the Minister of Foreign Affairs?
That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright. I think we use the photo. Alright, so we're gonna present the photo where we have his really large traveling case showing. Alright. Objection! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. Only you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body. Because nobody checks your luggage. This is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Shigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order! Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside this trunk? How horrifying!
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on a large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Gross is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. He's not ready yet. We got more stuff to throw at him. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on the study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already.
Shigoku, please! Stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, let's first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite illogical. The actual scene of the crime. Prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrack Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Shit! Which one is it? Evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. It's indeterminate. Caliber of gun. Yeah, nope, that doesn't have anything. Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this, Ryunosuke? Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. He died instantly when he was shot? Oh no. Alright, what do we have that says that he did not die instantly? Determinate. Scorch marks a point of entry. Caliber of gun. No, that's not. Died instantly when we shot on Fresno Street. Where are we going with this? Issued travel day before his body was discovered. I don't actually know where we're going with this. Ace Attorney Logic Man. Well, we were saying the watch before. Are we gonna drag the watch into this again? I mean, he had the watch and the key. Are we doing that again? Died instantly. Tightly curled up and there's a red hairpiece on his head. Handprint on the back was caused by the other guy. This clearly contradicts. I'm like, I don't know if I have clear evidence to contradict that. Man, the only thing I can think of is the watch. Removed from the scene. Yeah, she found that, so that could have been there. Alright, let's just try it. Let's see what happens.
Take that!
No. Yeah, Japanese really are a curious breed. Yeah. Only to present such nonsensical evidence. Look, I don't know where we're going with this. Why people talk in the mystique of the East. Yeah. I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? Of course, not interested in the mystique of anything. Penalized. Alright, was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Should try to present the correct one this time. Yeah, I know, I'm trying. I mean, there's the autopsy report. Alright, we'll try it. Yeah, it's not the autopsy report. I don't have his coat with the damn fish and chips. Where are we going with this? Is it the position of his body? Don't know, man.
Take that!
It was the photo? Photograph of the victim in the very location you claimed he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. It's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. No, he couldn't have because he died instantly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Shigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ah! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. Oh, because he was in the luggage. I get it. Okay, I see where we're going with this. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk.
No! You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Judge Shigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh! Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Shigoku, there's blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Yeah, let him have it. The unicorn, I just can't get over it. It's so weird. Order. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? Can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Sign my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? Your god, outrageous! So it was you! You attempted to murder Inspector Gregson! You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder, he's gonna try to pin it on Kazuma and say, like, Kazuma murdered him and he's just carrying the body. Oh, that's fucked up, man. No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh!
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You. This is why we don't just take assassination missions for fun for other means. Never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits a response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them actually did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. Defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... oh boy. He died via pistol. Allocated to... I mean, he probably did attack him, but... I don't think he would have used a gun. We gotta help our boy, right? He helped us get out of a murder, so we gotta help him too, right? Alright, let's try. Impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. What? This court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement? Yeah, why would he use a gun when he could just use his sword and chop him to bits? And he's clearly already trying to use it. Let's try it.
Take that!
Music always gets you excited? Me too. I'm making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke. Sorry. Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. Not playthings you can toss around the court in front of it. Look, I'm not trying to do it for funsies. I'm trying to, like, figure out what you need.
Mind the evidence, you're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, I can't accept Susata's honor. I'll end up being upset too. The member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been possible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. What proves there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of his involvement? The timing? Is it the timing? Alright, it sounds like they're trying to imply it was the timing. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Groose, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Shigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah! And they had left Kazuma behind, that's right. Okay. That makes sense. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. That Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Gah! Take that. Ah, shit. Hold it? What do you mean, hold it? No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? Boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. Can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? There were witnesses that he stayed at the boarding house, correct? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer. As a common man. Judge from hell? You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh my god, he's about to blow. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was already doomed. Ah! What the fuck? It's over. My life is over. How did everything go flying like that? What did you do? Can't be the final villain. Because you didn't break down hard enough. British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction, return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Sorry, wrong, that's us. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, it was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. Decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. Who is the Reaper? What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Okay, so we've only proved who the assassin was. We haven't proved who the mastermind and the other half of this killer is. We have to prove that Van Zeeks is not the Reaper. That's probably what the rest of this trial is. Okay, got it.
So, that means that the assassination exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless mood. I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Ah, that's why he has a gun. Got it. Never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So, the revolver belongs to you, does it? the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Gross. Gross? I don't know. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. It's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. It's before the first-class cabin sentries returned and took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, whom he would take back as police identification. Ah, okay. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived with the candle trick there and then. I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece on in his own traveling case. I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
Hairpiece was found at we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So, that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap? Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Exchange of assassins. A foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you, but I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. Okay, but we still need to talk about who the Reaper is. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Okay, well, we got him guilty real fast, but there's still more to this. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Cosmo's gonna ruin this for us, isn't he? He's gonna be like, but he's the Reaper! He planned the whole thing! No!
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Something wrong?
We don't have the whole truth yet. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. Yeah, I would be too. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, so far as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intent of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Beric Van Zieks. Knew it! Prosecution calls for an adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Beric Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So, what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Beric Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? What? Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean?
It's already been established that the Assassin Exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks.
I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. Stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper in the assassination exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Hallowed boot. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks! Be nice to the woodwork, okay? I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks.
The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend.
And that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. Oh, we're just getting right into it. Okay. Alright, hold up. Let me save. And then I think we need to take a quick break. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, heat up another pot of water for tea really quick, and then we will continue. So we're gonna take a short break, maybe possibly 5 or so minutes. We'll see. I'll try to keep it short as possible. Then we'll pick it right back up. Okay, here be guys.
Stab. Oh no, you missed. Look. You okay?
He's okay. He's fine. He's all right.
Certainly.
Help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. great. Thanks, I hate it. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Why are you wearing the tiara? Typical. Most of the time these trees won't stop rustling. But as soon as I need their opinion, then silence is golden. Thanks for the spirit wood. I think you've got some issues that we need to maybe talk about. Ooh, money though. It's fine. We're friends.
Really? Of course.
Don't make it weird.
Not one drop more. Let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?
He's gonna make it weird. This is gonna be funny.
It's like a shot of oats into your head.
Perpetual way, right?
Way.
No way.
Perpetual way.
Perpetual way.
No way.
What?
All right, go ahead and get blasted. Leave while we're in the center.
What are we doing?
How do I leave group?
Why is this happening?
Dawn.
Oh,
Dawn.
Please grab the wash, please.
This is a bannable offense. To my ears.
a cat.
All right, burning down brawler. Dude, well, not burning, we're taking again. Okay, warp time.
High and low.
Okay.
Oh shit, me, going to 1.
Choco, go to 2.
We're moving.
Oh my gosh.
I got at white. I got at white.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. I can't.
Got it. Good shot.
A little early.
I got him.
I'm gonna die for Uckmorn here, though.
Shit. Oh my god, the 1% is killing me.
Just unload, just unload.
Go, 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 go!
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Just unload.
Yes! Oh my god!
Yeah.
What?
I'll take it!
What?
I'll take it!
What happened?
Yeah.
Rude! Ah! I won't be able to spot a squat like this. What the heck's going on around here? Running for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Hey, guys, chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'm gonna point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Oh. I see. Well then. Is there no formal job training? Do they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? No, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim? Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe. As a result, I brought this knife so I could shank this bitch next to me if he doesn't fucking give me back my coin. I know he took it. There was no one else there. Bro, what? Bro, what? Excuse me? Anyway, the fact remains, Blanc, can you tell me what the contents of these boxes is? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. Here it says... Despair, funny key, scissors, leaf, eyeball, Kamehameha! It is cloth in English.
You look pink. Tender and very cute.
Weirds me out a little bit that my Twitch profile icon is also pink-haired, so, you know, why did she say tender? I don't know. Is she gonna eat us? Concerns?
So call you Sweet Potato. It's nice. That's a food. You're gonna eat us. I think we're gonna die.
Same initials. That's not cool. Yeah, why'd you gotta bring that up?
Beam.
Beam on me. Beam on me. When
Oh my god. When it's too strong.
So happy, yo. So happy, yo. Keep pouring
We
it
all
on.
need
Beam.
someone.
To be.
I'm so proud of you all.
Alrighty, chat, I am back. I have returned. Hope everyone had a good break. Hope you guys all got to stretch, get water, whatever you needed to do. We've probably got at least another couple hours, I imagine. Let's see where it takes us. We gotta figure out the identity of the Reaper. Alright, so we're talking to Van Zeeks now about the Reaper and Assassin exchange, and the cat came back. Alright, let's turn that on for you. There you go, cat. Never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. You wanna, like, maybe not run into my mic and move it? Cat's very excited. Down, baby. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassination exchange. Actually, there is a very clear thread between them. We're all involved in the case of and trial of against Genshin Asogi as the professor with his brother Clint Van Zeeks, and getting that really unorthodox autopsy done. That was done under Gregson's orders. I know, Momo. So, you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange? Oh, hold on. I missed a comment. Did they just have a spare witness stand ready? Good question! Where did that come from? Magic. It's magic. It's Ace Attorney magic. Let's not worry about it. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yes, what? How can I help you? Let me ask you, why are you here?
What really brings you to this courtroom? I want to find out the truth. A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. He knows about the connection, clearly. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Cosma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Alright. He's never taken the life of another or instructed someone to do so. So, you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Cosma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. He's been investigating on his own. And he knew about Gregson. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. It was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. Friend, even. Felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as Groose, and the apartment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Oh, sorry, appointment. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's why I went to Fresno Street.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that it was the Reaper's headquarters. And by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! Ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then. Cosma. Very emotional, him. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. No common threat. See, here's the lie.
Hold it!
Gotta question everything first, though. is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. Considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did, such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. No reason to suspect him, he says. Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry?
Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange.
And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused claimed in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but...
Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something first,
He'll gain the advantage.
this could be dangerous. Convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks.
Certainly with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. Testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see.
Now I know what it is.
Oh dear me, what a bleak expression.
I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person... I must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person, Mr. Naruhodo.
I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far.
Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Zeeks has something to hide after all? Van Zeeks, why you gotta do this to us? There is a link. It was approved, signed off on by Wilson. And credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. Carried out the procedure on Clint at Gregson's behest. Okay. Objection! What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. Professor! I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Isogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Would the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was, in fact, fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together, cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer, and sent him to his death.
It's outrageous!
And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago now, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer. He sentenced to death. It was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost.
You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. Sorry, it's pouring tea. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What? Where? How? Is it from the belongings of your father that got sent back to Japan?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. It's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karama, before the inspector's eyes.
That explains why there's a slash there. Got it.
He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, We didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then?
The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? Just for the good of the country. Anyway, it's just following orders.
Orders?
What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it.
That's right. And then... So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
The results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated. And the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by only one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Beric Van Zeeks. Hold up! That's not necessarily true. It could be someone higher than that. And it could have been the person who was originally going to be the prosecutor on that case. Because the original prosecutor was Strongheart. Are we about to take down 2 judges in one day? I mean, we did think Strongheart was kind of sussy when we first met him in Game 1. Ooh. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with the Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Beric Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi!
What?
What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears. A shameful admission.
That case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to 1. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Sorry. Lord Chief Justice, absolute authority in judicial matters, including the appointment of lawyers. Thoroughly intimidating. Oh boy. All right, here we go.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. but he only took over after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. Can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in the British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, and I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Help! We need a new judge! Help! This court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it's no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Doesn't warrant a response. Formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. You're not gonna defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Jab at the original Ace Attorney games. I mean to say, I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. By anyone. By anyone. Who else can substantiate the claim? Can we get Barry Caden in on this? Because he had to be in on part of the plot too. Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. Mikotoba! He was there because... yeah, he penned the report. There's someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Sith won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, please. This trial can't end. Not yet. Not doing this for you. Doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is Eugene Mikotoba. Heaven help us. Another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure.
Hey, Darjeelingling. You popping at me? Munching? Oh, is the food here? Yeah, you can bring me my snack. Thank you. I'm probably not gonna eat it right away, but I'll have a drink at least, right? That'd be nice. Thank you.
In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What?
But Professor Mikotoba's in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. Oh, and that puts Professor Mikotoba's life in danger too. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So, present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence.
That's exactly why we need witness testimony. Professor, case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi. Well, thank you. That you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. That's a rude thing to say to somebody. To say that shit. That's not right. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. We all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By what you mean, me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. Help, I need another judge. Help! That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Oh, Herlock to the rescue. Court is... Hold it! That's what he said. But Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from the Empire. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. By May? We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory? Can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in the court! Seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in this gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right! The judge has absolutely no authority here! Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end! But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can't can't honestly say that he doesn't sense the same? What's... Trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right, we need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody! My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here! Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation! The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth! That's the very foundation of British law! toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial! Oh! Let them say that themselves. Well, my lord? You hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba's a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? He knew. He definitely knew. He worked it all out. My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, Shirley. He totally knew. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Nadamoto? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Yes? Absolutely! Still in my pocket. Sends her regards and a reminder. You find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So, Lord Strongheart, he's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. To be continued, it says, but that's gonna continue right now. We're just gonna go right in. Let's go. We just had a break. Let's do it. Oh, they brought her too. The daughter, Dr. Gory. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gory. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sith. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared. He's totally staring at him.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. You don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. She's just with the knives is scary. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sith that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London till 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
Why you gotta be so creepy?
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. Wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. The Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy report that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely, that's precisely why I'm here. Oh, what if Gory's here to, like, so as he goes over what he saw and what he remembers, she's gonna be like, wait, what the fuck? That ain't right. That's not how you do an autopsy. Hopefully that's where we're going with this. So she can flag that there's something wrong.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witnesses. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
And no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Why was it in his stomach if it pierced his heart? Assumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Oh, okay. Understood. Wait! How would you even do that? He got stabbed in the heart. He should have been dead. Not that one. This one. Single stab one in the heart. Uh-huh. Would you, like, die? How would you have, like, enough strength to swallow something? Huh? No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Mr. Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. Court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. I have a question. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Okay, but if you got stabbed in the heart, would you have the strength and ability to swallow a tip of the sword? And also, like, what? Even, like, what part could he swallow? Where would it have broken? It doesn't make any sense. It's weird. I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yeah, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart. The sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after the testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Yonosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Let him cross-examine! They didn't say that, but I wish they would. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. That means save. Yes, my lord. Autopsy. Raven. Ooh, we got fresh pins. Nice. All right.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. Doesn't think there was anything? No, sadly not.
Then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true. I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass some implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think. Saw nothing at all that seemed out of place to you.
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword. Why would he use a Western-style sword when he's a Japanese man and has his own katana? Clearly.
Hold it!
And all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor. Oh yeah, that too. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say... think Clint Van Zeeks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at that time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. True hound of hell. No other signs of internal injury. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sith, were in the stand, but...
I read all the paperwork about the case, and Mom has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. What did you pull out of the stomach again? Because, like, if it was a blade, that'd be fucking weird that there's no other damage. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. They did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
Beautiful but dangerous. Yeah, okay, I guess she didn't exactly say it's a blade, but that's what I would imagine since they're saying that he got killed by a blade, so... But if it's dangerous, like, they definitely should have done some damage on the way down if he swallowed it.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, but with a hole. As if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
A ring? It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. Oh.
Father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death. The ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
They brought the ring along with me today.
Please give that to me. I need to look at it. What? Oh, that is something fierce.
Here it is. A bit dusty from the years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And was found inside the victim's stomach? How could that not do any other damage on the way down? I guess I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Could we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, removal of historic evidence in the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Alright, Mr. Asogi's ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi, found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach. Found, quote-unquote, during the autopsy. The claws grasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Those fat claws are doing a great job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring.
Yes, if you are clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. There's no way that didn't cut him on the way down if you swallowed it.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? Couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
Sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better. Some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. That's actually a very serious thing in Japan, or especially around New Year's, where some older people who can't sufficiently swallow the mochi end up choking on it and then they suffocate themselves. Not great. Be careful when you're eating mochi. Always chew your mochi. Don't just swallow it whole like a demon. As tempting as it may be.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Already done. Way ahead of you. Presumed you have been swallowed posthumously.
Hold it!
Or to posthumously identify the assailant. And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a lie. My father was no killer. Beric Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Cosma, stop. Not helping. You're not helping. You need to realize he was just handed everything. He had nothing to do with this. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Oh, father, you look so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh.
Couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. And remove any trace of doubt.
We could establish that Cosmo-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be there right beside you, whatever may happen.
No other signs of internal injury. But that itself is the question. That itself is extremely questionable. There should have been other signs of internal injury if he swallowed the ring. Thank you for the evidence. All right, here we go. Objection! The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best! What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. That lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are these sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. Okay, but if you had really swallowed the enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? I did. Still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus? Torn mucous membranes at the very least? Dr. Mikotoba. Sorry, excuse me, 1 second. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I am vastly more experienced than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead and write it down. So, I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence in stores without permission will not go unpunished.
They open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? One I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It's 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
Bang!
Next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. They were just trying to get his ring. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Believe it.
Objection!
You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Why are you so hellbent that it was him and not Strongheart? Like, I don't fucking understand that.
Objection!
What is... You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your damn eyes. Yunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly colored. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Quit tunnel visioning on Van Zeeks and look at Strongheart. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy report.
So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Me? What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. Last will and testament. I regret nothing about his chosen path. Wanted to do everything for his son. Were they threatening to... I mean, clearly, they're not above assassinating people, including overseas, so were they threatening to send someone overseas to kill his family? The closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that's indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who's accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my! That's very strange.
Hold up. Thought. What if... this assassin exchange has been going on for longer than we thought, and Genshin Asogi was the assassin student sent from Japan to kill those aristocrats to try to stabilize things, and there was someone else sent to Japan to probably take care of some shit over there and potentially threaten Genshin's family. Ooh, that gets deep.
My, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ugh. If that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Dionosuke. It wasn't for your frank words just now. This trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to be convicted and sent to his death? The autopsy results were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one less chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. We can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
To let Kazuma inherit everything that he had built up here in his final will and testament. There's no way they would have just honored that otherwise. The reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent would have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? And we're saving, just in case he... The will.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Nope, that was wrong. It's indicated before impatience for rhetoric is growing. Okay, I thought maybe that was gonna be it. I thought that was a pretty good reason. Knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? Would have Oops. Shit. Nope, that's not what I want to do. I hit the wrong button. So if we were right about that autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. The saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency?
Ah,
That could be it. Ah, that could be it. My lord, the defense would like to have rhetoric, show evidence. How is it not this? How's it not the Asogi papers? And what else could it have been? The jailbreak? Because they were gonna agree to bust him out of jail and send him home? That could have been it.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe, my father would have negotiated in that way. Pence is correct. Fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator, the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The note reads, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there are suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept him very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Oh, this thing is all conspiracies, my dude. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. Prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah!
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
Won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. Is he already here? Thank God. I I love how quickly Herlock was like, I got all the key players, let's get them all in here. What?
Father,
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Sholmes is our hero, our savior. I doubted before, but he really is coming in clutch.
my lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Van Zeke's still chilling. Hello.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little...
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerby. You. Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Gosh, the professor! We've already been through all this before. A decade ago.
And the conclusion was that there was nay anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well...
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gads! Hold on there, laddie! All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in this public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So, you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Jailbreak plot.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Oh, then again, if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office, all I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? You saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't again that. Saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't anything about the professor case that was near unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sogi and that office. That jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I failed to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Always. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, counsel. And we save. Just saving before the parts. Okay, here we go. Was day that the dude was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. It wasn't me. How can I even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office? What? There's no telling where it started. A fair chance came from higher up the ladder. Basically, how can I give you an indication of who was behind it? Can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
Likes of us on the ground, as it were. Didn't bother with either speculation. We just get the job done. Sign the convict to Vigil, but the plan and action behind the scenes. Okay. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Poor Vigil, he's just like, I just wanted to live and, like, do good by my wife.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. I would not be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Sith as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? He was responsible for Asogi until the execution. He didn't know shit, though. Do you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
Fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? No, Vigil. Can I apologize enough? No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Reinstate him! He deserves it! Momo stole your chair to watch telly with you? Is that who you're talking about? Darjeeling? What else could you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Doesn't know if there are negotiations. But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Oi! Well, be that as it may, I don't get nothing about it about it. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I can that much, I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So, that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All he did was carry out his duty.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Joku to the jail and nothing more. Can I tell you anything about what happened after that? Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. You okay there, buddy? Excuse me. Daily? Mr. Vigil, is there something wrong? Do you remember something? He looks like a dude who remembered something. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? Make the man admit to the crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. And the point is that the intention was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! Yes, that's quite true. Whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. You know something. Truth be told,
There's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. I believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top. Does nay quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have. By amending your formal testimony. Kids! Aye, go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely? How can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution know of conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is... the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Okay, now we get to the Asogi papers where he said that that was his weapon. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
And perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing. It's in the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay. He had nothing to bargain with, except he did leave something that we called his final weapon. Alright, before we present, and we are gonna present, I actually need to take a quick break again. So we're gonna BRB in just a few minutes, and then we will resume. Alright, see you guys in a couple minutes. Look. You okay? He's okay. He's fine. He's alright.
Certainly.
Help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Great, thanks, I hate it. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Why are you wearing the tiara? Typical. Most of the time these trees won't stop rustling. But as soon as I need their opinion, then silence is golden. Thanks for the spirit wood. I think you've got some issues that we need to maybe talk about. Ooh, money though. It's fine. We're friends.
Really? I... Of course.
Don't make it weird!
'Not one drop more. 'Cause I... 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 'Cause I Let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?
It's gonna make it weird. This is gonna be funny.
It's like a shot of ice into your head.
Perpetual way, Ray.
Wait.
No way.
Perpetual way.
Perpetual way.
No way.
What?
All right, go ahead and get blasted. Leave while we're in the center.
What are we doing?
How do I leave group?
Why is this happening?
Dawn.
Oh,
Please grab the watch, please.
This is a bannable offense. To my ears.
a cat.
All right, burning down brawler. Dude, well, not burning. We're tickling again. Okay, warp time.
High and low.
Okay.
Oh shit, me. Going to 1.
Choco, go to 2.
We're moving.
Oh my gosh.
I got at white.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. I can't.
Good shot.
Little early.
I got on those older.
I'm gonna die for Uckmorn here, though.
Shit. Oh my god, the 1% is killing me.
Just unload.
Go.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Just unload.
Yes! Oh my god.
Yeah.
What?
I'll take it.
What?
I'll take it. Alright, chat, I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience. I just needed a quick bathroom break and then to go take care of a couple things while I was doing that. Alright. So picking up where we're left off, Mr. Sogi did call this the only weapon he has left. So maybe he did have something to bargain with. Let's give it a shot.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There's nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Sogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Alphas! The fella could not possibly have had anything like that! But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Oh! Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Order Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? Y'all! You can't touch me now. Y'all betrayed him first, like, what the hell? Gah! Hey, when Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will come through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Sogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, what's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Weapon! And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak. That document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jings, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will is found, right and proper. The fella's cell where I said it would be.
Baby slaps.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you wee peely-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you for, did I know you lawyer?
Yeah, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What?
What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Yup. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Hey, it's true though. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. You can't deny that shady stuff happened at Barclay Prison because they admitted to such.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. The will was fake. Where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself?
Clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something! It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody inside the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just gonna gloss over the...
Let me finish reading.
These obvious and reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder! Have him testify again! The trial must go on! The man's voice must be heard!
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Or Mr. Vigil. Alright, the Asogi papers.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. At night, after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. When we found out about the Asogi papers, when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called. It's kimono. That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. Looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. What, are you not satisfied with calling me a liar then once, eh? You wee laughing
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? Is it? Now he's just shaking himself. Like, even, like, it's still, like, stuffed out. As if it's, like, ready to be picked up again. Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Yep. Little enlarged. What a double act. We complied with the Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Oi, and you can deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. We need to look at these papers again. Oh yeah, we can't actually look at it, it's just the reading. Okay. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, so he was the one responsible for keeping watch on Mr. Asogi.
Hold it!
So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there were precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I could still recall his reply. Guilty of the unforgivable crime, ending another human's life. Yes. But it was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It's the beginning of all the drama. Remembered very well. Yes. He was doing something with the will in his cell the night after he was found guilty. Okay. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. I like the bump at you didn't tell me. Blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? Well, it was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? Why didn't you guys just hold on to it? That's weird. What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, why didn't you guys just hold on to it? You would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Oh! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Well... The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Look at him sweat. Listen, Governor, can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. You scheming, slimy bastard. Would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, thing is about that will. I couldn't find it!
Hold it!
You're like, what the deuce? It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "Can I have disappeared completely?" in my face. How are you just motioning it? Dude, you need to be a theater kid. Oh, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. Day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you aided Genshin Isogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal?
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else.
You only found out about it when the directive came in.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Oi! From the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't can afford it, and I didn't can now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The director said it had to be somewhere inside the fetish cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Oi! That's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Isogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Ew. Had to be something else, right? I don't know why I keep looking back at it when there's nothing to really look at.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Document. Document was in the folds of his robe.
Hold it!
In Mr. Isogi's kimono.
Oi! The one he'd brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the last few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword.
Why would you let him have his sword? It's weird. His sword?
Karma, famous sword of the Asogi clan. Bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget about it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence?
Warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Couldn't they have hurt anybody with that thing?
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Oi! I wrote that will before he came to stay with us in Barclay, you see?
Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like squirming massive jet black earthworms to me.
You got something to say?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil!
Sir! To Scott, sir!
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
It was Scarlet? Hold on. There's something else with red writing that was really weird. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on little and ring fingers of the right hand. But no document and corresponding ink was found. He had the papers from Clint. But what were those papers? Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Said something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Mission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. So I remember it. The document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Thanks for that very helpful tidbit, Mr. Vigil. Whether or not we can get something out of it is another question. Oh, I thought I heard something. Alright, let's try it. Nope, not here. Not yet. No. Not yet. See no consistency there. Yeah, that's why they said possibly or not possibly. Okay, we're not ready to present there yet. I'm gonna fill the English channel with tears. Document was in the folds of his robe. Why would you not call it a will? Alright, let's try that first.
Objection.
No. Oh my god. Sorry, we're gonna save scum a little bit just because I don't want to do that again. This is faster. Document was written in the folds of his kimono. And it was scarlet. Perhaps you're mistaken. He only found out when a directive came in. Kimono. Written in scarlet ink. Oh, do we bring this out already? Fuck it, let's try it.
Objection.
Ooh, that worked. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Madness again! You have no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that the scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should the ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. No document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So, the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in the cell was the same document the Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Yes. Then, it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil? Sir! When you spotted Mr. Sogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Last will and testament. Oh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Sogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Isogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What? That's good. That's good. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean. Yes. No. Impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zieks?
Clint was pursuing the professor. Consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. Whoa! Hey there, Neoneko. Thank you for coming on in. How was your... What were you streaming? Genshin or Star Rail? How was that whatever you were doing? How was your Gamba game? Hey, DJ, Genshin? Did you Gamba? Did you win? Did you win the Gamba? Yo, thanks for all the dancing. Very hype, very hype. With the power of DJ, you wailed! You spent money, you lost. Oh, you lost your Gambas? If you throw enough money, you win. I don't think that's how that works, no. I don't agree with you. Big loss? You just spent a bunch of money on computer parts. What are you doing? Loser lost. Wow. Anyway, we're playing some Ace Attorney because it's Saturday. We're getting into some shit right now. This should be the last segment of, well, like, there might be more testimony after this, but it's like, you know, the last parts. We're getting real close to the end here. Gonna be good. Gonna be good. Hope you guys stick around, but yeah, thank you. Sorry you lost all your money, I think. But you seem to be pleased with yourself. I don't know. I'm confused. Anyway. So, let's see. We are on the last case. We're digging into a case in the past and trying to uncover what really happened. And we just found out that possibly this dude's brother may have killed himself instead of being murdered. Who knows? You lost a lot until you threw enough money to win. Okay, so you're still down bad. Got it. Good for you. Good job. Congrats. Congrats on being down bad. And he's like, there's no way my brother killed himself. Sorry, back to the story. Reeling back in. Super bad. He asked his viewers for help. Wow. That's pretty bad. You're so down bad, you gotta ask your Twitch to sponsor your gambling habits. Pretty bad, man.
Objection.
Oh, there's Cosma objecting. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will the moments before his death. You didn't ask for help, you did it willingly. I don't know. I don't know if I should believe the streamer or the chat. I don't know. I don't know who to believe here. Would you guys like to testify in a court of law? Oh, yeah, here, this way. The court. Read it for the court. Did you really not coerce your chat into helping you? Another court, yeah. And that Genshin Isogi came to be in possession of that document. So, what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. You made a bet and lost. Oh, okay, so you gamba too. You'll testify in the opera epiclese. What the hell does that even mean? Was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Please let it be assassination exchange orders again. It's where the Court of Fontaine is. I don't know what that means. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No. It couldn't be. More assassination orders? That's my current theory right now. That these two countries are like plotting together to like kill people for each other. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection.
It's where the courthouse for the nation of Fontaine is. I don't know what Fontaine is. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Isogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Seeks. It's a name of a nation. Okay, got it. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. Also French for fountain. That makes sense. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue. Kinda got us there. You okay, Van Zeeks? A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is It's an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Okay, but we got no proof! Do I pull the bunny? Is it time to pull the bunny? But it's just too hideous.
So Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth.
Big part coming up, I'm excited.
That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Susato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession that he was the professor. He couldn't live with himself for it, probably. A confession.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Not safe scumming if I don't have to use it, but if I'm wrong, and I'm wrong too many times, we lose, so that's why we have to save as a penalty. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council! What are you saying? Do you even realize? I think you realized it too, and you need to come to terms with the truth. Confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Isogi at all. No, can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Oh shit. Ah! Did Isogi catch him and that's why he was like, I need to like fess up, and that's why Isogi was like, I killed a man. I'm responsible for his death. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital.
He was actually a mass murderer?
A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature.
The general public, if the general public ever found, come back, I wasn't done reading that.
The general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished.
That's why it's a closed case. You shook so hard when you realized this, you hadn't put it together until you saw the confession option come, and you're like, oh shit. It was kind of hinting at that. It's like, man, what? Oh my god. Yeah, I only, like, probably, like, only, like, a couple bits before we saw the confession option, I was kind of thinking that it was a possibility. Oh my god. It's like, what else could he have been writing? Had to be about the truth, but had to be about the truth, clearly. But that was the only thing that makes sense for like why he would kill himself after. He felt really guilty about killing those people. And it was probably on orders from Strongheart. The Reapers existed for that long. My brother!
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Tsunaruhodo?
Lord Barrick Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zeeks? Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? He had to have suspected but was in denial. Yes, he did. Balmung. What a name. He's a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house. He always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. But sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. Isn't that what we found in Natsume's roof of his room? In the hidden compartment that one, like, notorious villain who escaped convict dude was staying in? It had B on it, like B for Balmung. Oh. Oh my god, that's coming together now. So happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my! You know it?
It's the insignia. The Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? The Hound of Baskerville. That was the story that Iris wasn't allowed to publish. But for some reason Mikotoba had it. Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That's where he got the dog from. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
And the insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from a human prey. So it's true then! Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor.
Possible!
His Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against them. At the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed. And still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. And though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. May have the truth. I'm sure he's not going to be the whole truth. There's no way. Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. An assassin created by the British government, I bet. Because if he felt that guilty about doing that, there's no way it was something that he had decided to do on his own. And why they would go to such extreme lengths even now to hide it. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising. The truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. It's again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Isogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. Must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. Man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. He keeps an enormous savage hound in the state. We need the full support of the judiciary for this, up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. Sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Isogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. No, but then why did he write a will? Why did he write a confession will? He was just gonna get murdered. It doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up. I'm sure he confronted him and then he was like, I'm so sorry. I feel so guilty about this shit. Please kill me so I don't have to do this anymore. Or like he killed himself. I don't know. But either way, I'm pretty sure Lord Strongheart is the mastermind behind all this shit. And like his shady activities as the Reaper have been going on for far longer than we all thought. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. I had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. But you knew who knew the secret, and that he was probably going to keep digging to find out more info, and you didn't want to get caught, so that's why they killed him. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. Worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. We're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. Or Gregson. So that night 10 years ago when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, and it was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty. The charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. See, he had one crippling weakness. It was you, Cosma. He didn't want them to kill you. Because they're clearly not above sending assassins overseas. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me! That's what I just said! Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son, Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it'll be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, you'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me! And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. Protect this country's law and order. At any cost. I don't like that evil look on his face right now.
Objection!
Thank you, Van Zeeks. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak Van Zeeks? That's the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to wreak justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What? Brazen! I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. Angel without bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago. He was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith. Dr. Sith? So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. I don't think so. Come on, Van Zeeks. Speak up for your brother. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
But Strongheart did it? Unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. It's all in aid of keeping London safe.
There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond those 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. No. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? Pull on the rabbit ears. I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yeah, same thought occurred to me. It's only once, but yes, couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. That time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. What better way to put yourself in that position of power than to get rid of the current guy sitting in the seat using your attack dog? And your attack dog's attack dog, clearly, but you know, you guys get it. This leans into even more of a likelihood that it is Lord Strongheart who's the mastermind, because that's a greater motive. It was he who had to recognize my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That's where Strongheart fucked up. Clint was like, look, these other dudes, they suck, they're bad. But not this guy. Because that guy probably was a good person, but Strongheart wanted his seat. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. Yeah, we can. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink, left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Is there nowhere where the red ink papers could have been hidden? Not in anything that we have. Why do I still have this? Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Hold it. Somebody.
Objection.
Ryunosuke, good job. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? Wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction?
But
All I did was ask the accused one simple question.
well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Shit! Nope! I didn't mean to do that! It was Lord Van Zeeks, I'm sure, but there was something about he said. No! I was just pushing the button to proceed! Something about what he said was just a little jarring. Come on, anyone else gonna go over it again. Find it. I didn't even see what the options were. I just clicked it. That's fine. It seems to be the right track. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That one's weird. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponi's eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent. A certain piece of evidence we have. Oh shit, was it? Something about... not the Red-Headed League. Something about the Lord Chief Justice, then. Single stab wound to the heart. It's indicative of a duel. Oh, okay. No internal trauma. John H. Wilson, yada yada yada. Inconsistent. And even though that inconsistency arose from the words of the out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? Shit, I don't actually know, though. This is all about Asogi, but we need to know about Clint. I don't know. Friend and mentor. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was his conclusion at the time. Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It's he who recognized his brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. It's unthinkable that his brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Kind of like how it's unthinkable that Barrick could have killed Gregson, his friend and mentor. Apparently not unthinkable because they clearly accused him of it. Maybe. That could be the angle we're going for. It's the only thing I can think of. I don't know. We'll try it.
Take that!
Nope, that's not it. Evidence makes it very clear indeed. There's no contradiction with either defendant or myself. Naturally. No, contradiction here lies squarely with you, counsel. Yeah, I know. I had the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake. Look! I was pushing spacebar too quickly, okay? It's gonna be very lonely around the Naruhodo dinner table in the future. As long as she's alive. Oh, thank you, Sasato. Yeah, think again. Okay, Mrs. Sato? Yes, of course. Well, Lord Stronghart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Draw no further useful conclusions here, to warn us of the contradiction. One of them has definitely just said something contradictory. It had to be Lord Stronghart. There we go. Because of what I can't see anything wrong with what Lord Van Zeek said. Alright, what did you say? It was Lord Stronghart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, think back on his words, find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. We cannot hope to reach a conclusion, however much we debate. Only 2 excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The ring and the 3-paged will. Three-page. This is 2 pages. I'm missing a page. Hello, found it. Lord Stronghart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Yonosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. Claim my words contained a contradiction with which piece of evidence, I ask you? The will?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yeah, moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle? Governor Caden! Eh? Well, what can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the block. Wear them like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we would have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain getting back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page would not be sent.
Objection!
Can't just do that. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what he said, to hear my father's final words to me. Courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Council. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. Give it to me. My father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Isogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Please let it be something like related to Kaduma, where we like open up the hilt or something maybe, and then we can find Clint's will. Something like that, please. Request is denied. The inevitably model in words can be of no consequence now.
Objection.
Prosecution agrees. Court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord. What can I actually read random language? Beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, Mikatoba! Thank you. If I could be of assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself as a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kadama, twist thy head, watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem, on it. Maybe he has to do it. Bottom of the Great Blade, Thing of Beauty. Can I twist anything on here? No. I think I need Cosmo to do it. Or maybe not yet, I don't know. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father. What is Kaduma? The name of the Isogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. Not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in the proceedings. One worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Alright. Now they've been updated. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. Twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. He must have hid something in the sword. Can I now? Yes. Mighty Kadama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? I should try it. Hurts my neck. That's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh.
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt.
100% hid something in there.
It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira? Do Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Definitely hid it in there.
Ah!
What's inside it?
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Red ink. Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament. The final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end!
Clint Van Zeek's. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karama and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Let me read it, Clint. Oh my god. I can't look at it yet. Presiding judge, I've been accommodating as possible of the I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. Won't let me read it. Notably won't let me read it. He's just going, oh my god. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother! Too much time has passed. Cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Wanna bet? Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Good Strongheart? You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. I've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson's then?
And Dr. Wilson.
They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. I do, actually. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Hey, you can't do that. This is my last chance.
Sir Naruhodo.
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yup. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time. Bet.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, which persists through time. It does! Hey, Black Bear, how's it going? How you doing? You come at just the perfect moment. I know, he called us a gentleman! This is the nicest thing he's ever said about us. Next step, friend. Besties. Best friends. Benzeeks, become my best friend. A final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. Came in as you're leveling. I hope you're getting ready for Sunday. How can you? Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? The trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Take that! There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
Last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. The shock on everybody's face is beautiful. Possible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Gah! Get him, get him, get him! My brother's last will and testament? Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Can't.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. That you're a villain? Is that what? I demand that you hand it to me. At once! No. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom!
Objection!
Yeah, get him with your shoe! Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as the Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. How's he... Look, we stop questioning Van Zeeks about his hallowed chalice, hallowed boot, and hallowed wine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're buddies now. It's good. He called me a gentleman. We're friends now.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. Closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said.
Read it out! Now! We have a right to hear what's in that will! A right and a duty! Well, well, my lord. Would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No. For God's sake. No! Judge freak out, yep. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable, willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. Japanese are truly a merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords, at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, a poor felon it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. Oh, he extorted. So the first time was like kind of willing, but also an accident. And he was just like, shit. And then Strongheart must have caught him. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I've done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, sunk to the level of a wild beast. There's no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I'm eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. Just didn't make sense to me. The third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on.
So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. Had to be done. Fucking like a true villain. London's unsavory shadows are deep. The arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
You're going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too. Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. And who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition and made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, fool. As you know, Sogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. With that grave on that particular night... Blast, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed. Scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. And then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. Can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. Promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! That Jigoku killed his father. His friend. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. Bled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, made her swear 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. With that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. That is messed up. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. It's before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier. He said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So, you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. Would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. You sleep at night. He's like, in a warm bed with a comfy pillow. Well, how do you think I sleep? Just fine. We're like, that's fucked up, man. You're fucked up. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
Yeah, you could type, it's fine. I understood. I couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor and his death.
Objection!
Plus, behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! You have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. We can all be friends now, right? And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled up by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? Hold on, water. That it was all for Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Grr. 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 Full meltdown? We're doing full meltdown? Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Fud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? Who are you reminded of, that black bear? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Particular man of a particular judge who wanted to go swimming. Particular man of a judge? Who? What? Huh? Huh? Okay. What? Honey? A friend of a judge. Judge friend who wanted to go swimming. That does sound very familiar. Oh, Gant! Yep. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah. It's been so long. I was just like, damn, why does that sound so familiar? That dude. That dude sucked too. I hated him. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard's inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. General public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. I tripped a little there, sorry. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? Hold the bunny ears.
He has a point.
Things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable.
On the other hand,
Isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? Can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate.
by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
No! Go over for this guy, he sucks! Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Sholmes, do something. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
Conclusively proven his guilt. But still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Yonosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. We're gonna use a piece of evidence. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Sholmes, save me!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the trial would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
All right, here goes. Heave! Ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, help! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What?
It's Mr. Sholmes!
A hologram? How did we have this tech already? What is happening? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Don't question it, Turlock Sholmes. You know, you're right. Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. He's just like ba. This is the best. It's pretty cool. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed of entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I heard some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
Sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I'm mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Oh, Father. Would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am not here, which would, I hope, naturally lead to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question now is awaiting. Please tell me you're with the Queen. Or somewhere, like, where the shit's gonna get out. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? Garden at Buckingham Palace! Fuck yeah! What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
I've been outside of it. Mr. Sholmes. Is Iris with you there? Oh, well, now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? Can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean? Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Vicky? She just called Queen Victoria Vicky? this girl. So much. She's got the biggest balls for a little girl. Like tanuki balls.
Iris, there you are!
Kona's the size of Bryn itself, yeah, kinda.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
Message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Where's your tea? Go get some. I got some right here. Oh, he's a bigger fish. Yep. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Break it. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! And it's broken. I was waiting for that. And he fell. You gonna set yourself on fire? Nope. Super guilty! Is this how we burned down the Old Bailey? The most guilty. Oh, fuck. Whoa! Ah! He's gone Super Saiyan, run! This heart is on fire. Yup, that happened. How did the building not burn down? He's so soggy. He took the blast. He looks like a wet cat. They had to throw so much water on this man. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. Pointing and laughing is the correct response here, yes. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. Never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. Sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
Point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
was more to his last will and testament.
What?
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barrack, you've always looked up to me, and now follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Sogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. First is that this document survives. Second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Clint. Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot to so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. For that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. Could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. For your ambition to succeed. Do you even bother to count the number of billion people you had killed? Oh, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? Yay! My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. I love you! Thank you! And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our lands these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo? Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Too kind, my lord. First time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now. I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? At the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Are we friends now? Are we besties? Lord Van Zeeks!
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asoki, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Shones.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is, a guiding light that always leads to happiness.
Yeah, what about Wagahai? We love Wagahai. He's the best.
Yeah, Zeeks was like, please stop, Shomes. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. For that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth. Do it instinctively, even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, till eventually makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Well, I must excuse myself for now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What? My what?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have finally been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zeeks, not guilty.
Woo! Confetti! Party cannon! Yay!
Where is this all and fireworks indoors, because that's totally safe. Look, we already had a fire. That is all. Court is adjourned. No more weird unicorn staff. 4th of November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance.
Firm already exploded. Some fireworks are fine. I mean, I guess.
Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato.
Oh. Kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. Guys. So I know we're about to end. We're almost at the end of the thing. But I've been drinking so much during these last 6.5 hours, I really need to use the bathroom again really quick. So I'm gonna BRB, but I'll leave it right here so we could just like do this really fast. Okay? Chill for just like a minute. Alright, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. Right where we left off. I told you it wouldn't take long. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
I don't think he's smiling. That doesn't look like a smile.
Hi, bestie.
Mrs. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? Fight those who dwell in the darkness. Requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. And that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Nope, also Medj. Hello, friend, actual bestie. Hi. Mrs. Sato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my! And he really was here.
Lord Van Zieks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. Failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I'd been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. Can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Asuma-sama!
Must say, it's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Sogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. Oh, what's the other wish? Yeah. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend. I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? Your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father!
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. For one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. Need you to go there at once, in secret, telling no one. Find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is this child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. His dying wish. Is she Clint's daughter by chance? So Van Zieks' niece. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. That explains why the widow is no longer around, because he mentioned that he confessed to his widowed wife, soon to be widow. And I was like, I wonder why that never came up. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... Never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well then. He knew Seishiro had turned sides. That very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. Found the old house in the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. Broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. Held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Got the symbol of Baskerville on it. It had clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense! Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for his child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah.
So, the only solution
Was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man is here as someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful!
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes is a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. It was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words...
Name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh!
That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris
I had no idea.
Ouch!
Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
The little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? I didn't know it worked both ways, but that makes sense. Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. Demon Bunny? Yup. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief's injustice would require such measures.
Bruno! Susie!
Oh, Iris!
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky.
Vicky. The Queen of England. Vicky.
Said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
Oh shit, how's he gonna treat her now? What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But, give you my word, that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Demon. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. So Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Oh. And those the actions of a man who once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, and intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, bye for now, Ionosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Huh? Please fill in my other eye on my Dodoma.
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
Yes, we must. Please fill in my eyeball. Please. Please, Susato-san? Can I have my eyeball? It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Oh, he has to decide if he's gonna go back to Japan or not. 4th of November, 6:25 p.m., Sholmes' suite. Mom! Ah! Gina?
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
There's a party in it. It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I remember that.
No, please don't remember that. We don't need fireworks inside. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Oh, it's Sholmes. I assure you it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Yeah, Gina's like, so anyway, started blasting. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. To get a hazard a guess, where did he suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? To believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? And believe it, yes. I'd say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. Wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? What? You were? Why the deuce didn't you say so before? This man. Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. Hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. Finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. Feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Sato looking so happy in a very long time.
Haruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Arm to fill me boots.
Alright, can I look? The other side of that chest has to have the Baskerville emblem on it, right? Unless they ripped it off.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me corpus clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh... Anyway, no matter how hard I try, a Reaper ain't never gonna accept a dive-turned dickler, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. And rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bearers of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. Is the inside no longer cracked? Did you fix it? That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
And now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh,
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in, kicking and screaming. Kinda dead, though.
like kinda super dead. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe an apology to... you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
Yeah, Hurley raised her. He's her dad. With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Aww. Aww. I think, Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold, but that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
You sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations. Yeah, Hurley's something else. Returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. And my home, too. My greatest family. 4th of November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, Naruhodo? Really gotta go to bed, but you want to finish watching? Oh no! I hope we're done soon. We're at the end, right? Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Sasato's room. Yes, Sasato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? Just a bunch of dialogue left? I figured. I wonder how much, though. Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago to never to tell her who her real father is. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. I stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville? If you'd decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to Van Zeek's. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London, returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. See. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. I was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it out on my desk. Just where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right. Because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. You quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind.
was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. It's a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Resolution, resolve, references. Oh my gosh, you're right. To the titles. We got our title drops. Oh, Susato, you're here. Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help it.
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning. Everything.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted with you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I already knew it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Susato-san?
Ah! Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant on his side.
I'll do my very best.
Wish I could say it, but I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me. For all, he was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. Sure, you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes. You're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Aw, that's sweet. Sato-san. Thank you. Seventh of November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. This game's gonna make you cry, as you should. Can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
Afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course! I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. I need to know if she ever meets up with Van Zeeks. Honk! Ah,
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma!
Hi.
What are you doing here?
Hi, friend.
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Damn, okay.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karma?
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Not gonna make the joke again.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
You have a great romance.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
You wanna come? Let's go!
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Aw.
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
That sounds like a proposal, my dude.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
They're gonna be colleagues, yes.
You're
Colleagues.
Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Predictable.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Reno! Your ship's about to leave!
Oh, Iris! I've
Time
never
to
heard
go
her
then.
voiced.
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
What are y'all doing? What do you mean, draw your sword? What are you two boys up to?
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
That's very cool.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
It is a very good scene, yes.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Oh, okay.
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago.
Where's us? Where's
But
us?
that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still,
There we are.
I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. and when we are together again. No doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection?
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh, okay. Not objection.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
Yeah, that works too.
But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that.
Aww.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
There's our objection.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
That was so good. That was so good. What a great ending. It was very emotional. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day, and I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what are the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps? Understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Really? You gonna go right in the wardrobe?
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. He said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
That was every Ace Attorney game. Oh. Oh, the feels. Beat them all. We did it. Oh. Those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I had retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. I think we'll see Natsume and what he's up to.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Oh, you're right. He called us a friend. Ah! We're finally friends. Nice. Oh. Gina, the truth is, I'm not an upstanding fellow you think I am. Might be a direct heart, but it's a good heart. It reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, gotta complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. You'll be missed, Inspector Gregson. Oh, not this guy. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the Office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Objection oblique, overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway.
Who is this catch counsel of the defense, and women are forbidden in the courtroom? Oh, really, my friend Sasato-san is the British court all the time and doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of our regular legal team. Wait, why is Soseki-san part of the legal— Oh my god, what is happening in Japan right now? What is happening? What's going on over there?
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? And they are experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. Not a corpse yet, am I?
No. I'm glad.
She's so weird, but she's actually kind of cute, but she's so weird! He's gonna get home and have a lot to sort out. Yeah. She's cute, but that scared you? Don't worry about it. Just accept it. Come the fillet.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked up the Splendid Hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrett, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
I don't mean you don't want to be the fillet. It's for the greater good. It's for her science. She gotta learn how to cut things good.
I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery. I realized what had happened. But even the witnesses stand at the highest court in the land. I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing we despairs would not do.
Or you can be covered in wax by her. She'd like that too. That reaction we saw in the previous case.
Everyone calls me gossip.
Certainly jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know.
Everyone calls me a pepino and I sell it as spaghetti. It's more red than something hair.
Everyone they call me. No, no, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
She loves him.
Yes, and while we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
No! Don't scam with them! Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't become scammers!
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in that dock, there's no one I would have rather defending. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Till then, I leave Karuma in your care.
Look, at least Lady Vigil loves her husband a lot. Although I wish she would not support her making friends. She would not support him making friends with scammers.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
They did the thing! They said she said the thing! Y'all, she said the thing. We got the name drop, she said the thing! Oh my god, a cute picture. Ah, she filled in the eyeball for us! Hog. Love it.
Wagahai! Yeah, he's there too.
Credits? Full credits. Look at him walk. Oh yeah, and that's from the first case, Susato and her friend Rei. Look at all the cats! Oh, cuties. And then Ouchie and the shady reporter. And Hosonaga and Soseki. And then there's Susato-san again when she returns. You don't know what I'm gonna play next week, but you'll be there. Oh, thank you so much. I don't know what we're gonna do yet either. Yeah, I appreciate that you'll be there for our routine. Oh my god, these people. This guy was something else though, right? This guy's still. Have a good night, 21 Snakes. We'll figure it out soon. I think we might be doing Yakuza next. We'll figure it out. We'll do something next Saturday. We'll do it. We'll do it. Have a good night, and thank you so much for joining us on our journey. Yakuza, yes. I made an agreement with someone earlier this year that I would start playing the Yakuza games. So I gotta figure out which one we're supposed to start first. Have a good night, 21 Snakes. Take care. I'll see you next week. Thank you for being awesome. Oh, Professor Hairbrain. I love how it like takes you through everybody that you met in all the cases so you can see them all again. And I love how Wagahai is following us. Devoted lady and then a weirdo. This guy's like, I'm just doing my job, I don't care. And then these two. This is such a great credit sequence, right? Oh, Gregson, I'm gonna miss you. I got Toby here. So many colorful characters. That's the tap dancing! And then, oh my god, the other dancing from when he was a hologram. Great choices, thank you. Those are good picks right there. Our judge from hell. He dipped out to get to dancing. Yeah, don't worry about it. Hey, you keep that gavel away from me. You put that away. The evil clapping man. Are you related to Lord Gant? The clapping, yeah, evil clapping man. Hey, what about our judge? Judge. Oh, Cosma. Wait, what about the judge? Why don't we... No love for the judge? The best. Look, he wanted to dance, okay? It's fine. Let him do what he needs. Is this us returning to Japan? Oh! Yeah, I think it might be. There's the Japanese courtroom. A great Ace Attorney 2 resolve. Man, what a trip. It's been over a year. Oh, that's a really nice shot. Completed it all. It's been over a year, maybe even 2 years since we started the first Ace Attorney game. It's been so long. We did it! We finished! We beat them all! We beat all the Ace Attorney games! It was quite the journey. That was really good though. Like, the storytelling throughout was very, very good. And it took a bit to like, for this to kind of come together, because like, even at the end of the first game, we we're just like, there's some shit going on. What the heck? Like, we had questions, and then like, they wrapped it all very nicely with this last case, and it was great. Oh, I'm gonna miss it. It was a lot of fun. But I'm glad that we can maybe start something new soon, right? You guys excited for that? Like I said, I think we're gonna start up Yakuza next. I gotta figure out which game we're supposed to start with first. Yeah, and then we'll start a new journey. Probably next week. We'll dip our toes a little bit. I don't know if we're gonna do every Saturday in December. Because, okay. So the reason why I was potentially gonna miss stream today, and I was trying really hard not to, was because I went to go pick up some computer parts. So there's gonna be a Saturday at some point in December in the next few weeks when I won't be here because I'm off putting together my new computer parts. So that's gonna be a thing at some point. We can still dip our toes, right? And into the next adventure and see what happens. Yeah. Hey, that's a lot of fun though. Thank you so much to everybody who has been coming by for the Ace Attorney streams. It's been a good trip, and like the games are a lot of fun, and like even revisiting the first few, and then these brand new games that came out. I hope Capcom continues these. Yeah, solving the cases, watching them unfold, seeing what kind of crazy stuff is happening. I hope Capcom continues making more Ace Attorney at some point. Be it with more Ryunosuke, or checking back in with Phoenix, or maybe doing something in the future. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Be really cool, right? I think so. Sometimes even at the same time, yes, like solving and unfolding at the same time, going like, I don't know what the connection is, and then just like, let me just try some stuff and then like hope this works out. That's Ace Attorney for you. Sometimes you just don't know. You're just like, I don't know, man. And then like when they explain it, you're like, that makes too much sense. Makes entirely too much sense. It was a good time. It is late though, so I think this is where we will all say goodbye. For now. Let's go over here. Let's go to the ending screen. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Everyone who not just watched today, but, you know, watches in the future, and people who watched the past VoDs were here when we did past streams during the entire course of our Ace Attorney series. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. 21 Snakes, Stat Black Bear, Darjeelingling, Neo Neko, DJ Mon, everyone who like popped by the stream today, lurkers, chatters, future VoD watchers, past VoD watchers, past stream watchers. Thank you. Yeah, it was a good time. Stat Black Bear, I hope you play the rest of these too, so that you can see what's going on with them also in full, because I know you didn't catch all of them, so I hope you play through the games too. But for now, it is late. So I'm going to bid you all farewell, much like our group did. So, thank you again, everyone. Have a good night. Have a good rest of your week. And I hope you guys take care. Oh, actually, let's raid. Let's do our tiny little raid here. Let's go raid my friend Mukia Punch, because she's the only one on right now. And she's a late night streamer. She's just chatting right now. So we'll go say hi to her. I don't know what she's getting up to, but just, yeah, send some love emotes at her, whatever you got. We have the official ones of the stream, or if you can just do less than 3 in the chat. Say hello. Looks like she's just watching some cooking videos right now, so just stop by, spread love, spread joy. I'll see you guys next week probably for whatever we get up to. Maybe we'll start Yakuza right away, or maybe we'll do like a little break thing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out next week. But for now, have a good night, everybody. Have a great rest of your week. Great rest of your weekend. I'll see you guys next time. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.